Do I just start talking? Oh, hello. Um, Welcome to the Australia Coupe. There's, there's cameras there. I didn't realise we were going to go this fast. Essentially, welcome to the Australia Coupe. I'm not going to talk much, but my name's Brandon. I own Dulce's, and we decided this year, essentially during lockdown, we sat here thinking about ways in which we could further the Australian spirits world and Australian hospitality scene during lockdown and post-lockdown. One of the things that we thought about was a cocktail competition, and that gave birth to the Australia Coupe. The Australia Coupe is a relatively new thing, as anyone who has come into contact with it and realised how minorly disorganised it is will attest to. But I think we've hit the ground running, and we've got a bit of a groundswell support and understanding, and we're now in a kind of place where I'm ready to say that we're going to do this again in the future. But first, before I hand over to Dan, I just want to run through you kind of really misunderstand how much effort goes into running a cocktail competition. And you go, yeah, it'll just be me and Tom and the girls in the bar, and we'll kind of like make this work. That's 100% never the thought process to go into running a cocktail competition. Firstly, I want to do a big thank you to all the people who supported us with bars. Is there still music playing somewhere? Can someone with the ability to turn that off, turn it off? Just because I'm really conscious that YouTube just shuts down any audio if it gets the slight hint of anything. So firstly, I'll thank to all the people who supported us in venues with the heats, and that is Seb Costello at Bad Frankie's, Ian Reid at Gold Bar, Caden Poole at Arcade Palace, Cody the Commodore Banks at Haynes & Co, and Jacob in Savile Row. Thank you guys so much for hosting it. You guys were essentially the only way that we could reach the people. You kind of just went on a whiff of a dream and kind of went, yeah, sure, we'll do whatever you need, and did that. So thank you to you guys. Now, this is the list of people that it takes to kind of put on a competition, and in some way they have supported through prizes, through support, through just simply sharing news on social media, being judges. Without these people, we really couldn't do this. So in no particular order, Phoebe from Nip of Courage, along with Kathleen, who are big supporters of Australian distilling, Nigel from Distillery Botanica and the whole Distillery Botanica team, Manu from Tobacco. When he knew that we were doing a cocktail competition, he just kind of jumped on board and threw everything that he could at us. Within that group of people, he gave us product from MGC, so the guys at MGC, thank you to them, Tiny Bear, Backwards Distillery, Taylor and Smith, Prohibition, Hartshorn Distillery, Maiden Eye. Lizzie from Wolf Lane came up to the plate and gave us some things. Hannah from Four Pillars was like essential in getting us prizes and product for last minute product for entrance. Aisha from Proof & Co with Never Never, mentioning Sean Baxter. It has a note here. Sean, I think, was very influential in South Australia in getting support and also creating really good product. You've got Mitch and James from Briggs Distilling, who gave me a lot of booze one day to drink, and ever since then they have thrown their support behind us as well and the competition, so thank you to them. We're also doing a shit ton of shots from them tonight, so you guys don't get that on the live stream, but these guys do. I want to thank Andy Milne, who's sitting next to me from South Trade. He came to the party with a whole heap of product from South Trade. That's Mr. Black, that is Starwood, and Adelaide Hills. I actually had that down a bit further, but it's in there now. You had Vincent from 7K Distillery down in Tasmania. You've got Brother Liqueur. We've got Henry from Applewood. We've got Lindsay from Down Gin Lane, who gave us the most amazing... Fuck? Oh, it's back on. One of the most amazing prizes. And also judged our New South Wales heats. Alex from Mobius Distilling, Dan Ritchie. We've then also got Nick and Ali from Karoo up at the Devil's Mouthpiece. Devil's Mouthpiece. Petition the Blue Mountains Council to change the name, because that's a really good one. Go with it. I am going to run through some very quick what the prizes are, because I didn't realise until we finally got today that these are some fucking good prizes. other than winning the Coupe and getting the placement in the Dulce Summer cocktail menu for 2021, starting in January. That's it. That's all you win. No. First prize, you get $500 in hard cash from us at Dulce's King's Cross. It's been a really tough time for a lot of bartenders. A lot of people have been out of work, and this goes directly to bank accounts. You also get a Never Never gin discovery pack, a Hartshorn Distillery gin, Bricks Urban Cane 2020 Harvest, Taylor & Smith gin, Four Pillars Roku gin, Starwood Fortis, Starwood Ginger Beer Cask, number 4 edition. And then you also get a Dulce's tea to wear around your town. Yeah, the tea is fucking nice. Second prize is a 6-month subscription to Down Gin Lane, which is valued at $500, which is very generous from Lindsay. So thank you to Lindsay. A Maiden Eye Magnum, or Maidini, from whatever state that you pronounce that in, for Magnum parties, as Manu tells you. I don't know who has a Vermouth Magnum party, but the second prize winner's about to. Manu does. Prohibition Gin, 100 years, signature bottle, and a tea from them. MGC single shot, Backwards Rye Whiskey, Mr. Black single origin, which this year is... A single origin. Venezuela, maybe. Adelaide Hills, Better Gin, and a Dulce's tote bag. You don't get a tea, but you can carry all your prizes in the tote bag. Third prize is Tiny Bear Distillery Coffee Liqueur, and they also threw in a tea. MGC Classic Gin, Wolf Lane Tropical Gin, Hartshorn Vodka, Backwards White Rye, Never Never Hand Sanitizer, because you can never have enough of that. I thought that would get a better reaction. And a Dulce's tote bag. Now that all the prizes and most of the thank yous have come out of me, I'm going to hand to Dan, who is our man on the mic for the night, so I can drink 15 cocktails.
Only 15, Brandy? I've seen you do more. I'm ashamed. Big thanks to Brandy and the guys at Dulce's for putting this on tonight. I think given what's happened this year and what we've all been through as an industry, this just speaks to the sense of community within the hospitality industry, but also within the Aussie spirits industry. It's just, for me, straight away, thanks to those guys for bringing this together. It's awesome. And a privilege to be a part of it. So big thanks to those guys. Look, I'll keep this brief, and we'll get into business, and we'll start tasting some delicious drinks. Okay, so let's talk about Aussie spirits. I come from the UK. You might have noticed the accent's not Australian. I'm the only non-Aussie in here, apart from Andy. Hey, I've worked in the industry for a long time. I've worked with drinks for a long time. But what I love so much about the Aussie spirits industry is there's the sense of community. There's the sense of sustainability. There's so many fucking amazing ingredients that you don't get in other parts of the world that you get in Australia that are on your doorstep and you get to use. And they're becoming increasingly utilized. In spirits, in distilling, I think it's fantastic. There's so many fucking amazing flavors out there. We're so lucky to have them. Let's talk about the judges. We've got some big names tonight. Obviously, we've got Brandy Martignano, owner of Dulce's. He's one of our judges tonight. So we've got a man from the industry. And then we've got Ali Ayres. I'm pronouncing that right, am I? Yes, woohoo! Ali from Kuda Distillery, responsible, the genius, the distiller herself, responsible for making Affinity Gin and the barrel-aged gins and Lightning Gin and those other fantastic products. And then you've got Andy Milne, marketing guy, marketing genius. Now, Andy Milne, Andy and I used to work together when I used to work in Aussie Spirits. And I used to work for brands. Andy's an aficionado for marketing and coming up with great ideas in getting those brands out there. So Andy works for South Trade, responsible for Mr. Black, Starwood, and Adelaide Hills Distillery, who are all supporting tonight. So those are your judges for the evening. Judging criteria, let's rip through to that. So there's 3 sort of main categories. At a glance is our first category. So that's essentially appearance of the drink. Does it present well? The name and the inspiration is also very important as well. So all it's fairly important when you're drinking a drink. Does it taste good? So that's all about the taste and the balance, creativity, and any points of difference that we have as well. Do they want it is the final category. So I think you could have world-class drinks coming out of here, but At the end of the day, if you're 8 dockets deep on the bar on a Saturday night, can you whip this drink out? Is the prep realistic? Are these functional drinks to have in a venue? And is there mass appeal? A customer's going to see it on the menu, see it come out, and go, fuck, I want one of those. And more importantly, order one and say, fuck, I want another one of those. All right, so those are your judging criteria. So I think, should we get straight to it? Let's start making some drinks. So we're starting off with, not that guy. Not that guy. Unless I have a surprise drink that you didn't tell me about? No. Quick, go! Okay, Bella Byrne from Tasmania. Her drink is the Island Days. So she's using Lark Symphony, so Lark whiskey down in Tassie. She's got a homemade strawberry and mint syrup, fresh lemon juice, soda water, and a mandarin cold foam. So Bella had a few words that I'll sort of share here. The year was challenging for all of us, and hospitality was really hit the hardest. She essentially made a drink so that she could pretend we're all somewhere far away with our friends that we haven't seen in months. She was inspired by her hospitality family, essentially, to create this drink, and picked ingredients made locally within roughly an hour of where she lives. So I think that's something that's really important. It's what I was talking about earlier about Aussie spirits and having these local ingredients. So that locality and sustainability is pretty good for me. Don't know about the judges. Drink is boozy and fruity, so it's apparently a bit sneaky if you have one too many. That's a sign of a good drink for me. Have we got a video for Bella? Let's go over to that.
Hi guys. For those who don't know me, I'm Bella from Kuda. I'm representing Tassie with Campbell in this competition. So for my drink for the Australia Coupe, I did a highball fruity style drink. It's called the Island Days because we're on an island and it's been a day since March. I'm sure we can agree. So the inspiration for this drink is largely that you can't see your hospital family at the moment, and we've all been a bit of a rut since quarantine. And one of my friends that I haven't seen in about a year lives in Sydney, and this is the drink that I would have with her if she were here, hopefully soon. We like strong drinks, but like fruity as well, so we've got it all. So I chose the Lark Symphony. This is their first ever blended whiskey from the company, using Overeem, Nant and Lark. They've acquired since 1992. This one's about 20k drive from my house, so it's super local, which is something I really wanted to exemplify in my drink. Everything's super local and at the same time easily accessible pretty much anywhere. So this is a strawberry and mint syrup. So we've got 45 mils of the Lark and 45 mils of this syrup. They use using strawberries from Westway Berry Farm, which is also about 20 k's from my house, and mint from my garden, but you can obviously get those things anywhere. And then 15 mils of lime juice to balance it out. So it's not super sweet, it's not super alcoholic in taste. I mean, it's like a decent amount, but it's not gonna destroy you. I'm gonna give it a little shake, pretend there's an applause. Please hold it. And then we give this one a strain, double strain into a highball glass, and as you can see, it's pink and delicious. And then we top it with a bit of ice. And soda as well, leaving a little bit of room, about a centimetre from the top. So we can leave room for the best part. We've got a mandarin liqueur cold foam that I made using egg whites, lemon juice, and the 7k mandarin liqueur that they released. 7k is very close to my house as well. At 15 k's, love it, it's really good. And then just some tied all together, and you've got the Island Days. Thanks, guys.
Hello. There it is. All right, thanks, Bella, for your video. It was great. Now I'm going to hand over to judges. Andy, what do you think?
First appearance, looks beautiful. Bright, vibrant. I love the foam. It's the kind of fruity and fresh. Its flavors are delicious. Like there's a kind of really nice sort of earthy herbal. It's just tasty. Yeah, it's a great one to start with.
From my point of view, it looks great. I think if this goes out, it's got that kind of really simple kind of appeal to customers. Multiple different interesting aspects to the drink that kind of make it sellable and talking points that I think customers would really like.
So yeah, I really like the presentation of this as well. It looks mega juicy. The foam adds a really nice texture to it as well, and it just offers something a bit different. And I love the fact that you can still get the whiskey in that too. So I wasn't expecting that, but yeah, you really get that coming through, and it's not hidden by all the other flavors. So well done.
It looks great. Can I get a straw? And I can taste it. Okay. Yeah, I agree with all that. It's delicious. I'm not going to say my own words. I mean, come on, right? All right. Thanks, Bella. That's a great drink. Next, we're moving on to the next one. I'm just running. What are we doing? Brennan Eaton. Yes, Brennan Eaton from Queensland. I'm really prepared. Brennan Eaton from Queensland. His drink is called That's Gold. He's gone for Byrne double cask. Byrne is sorry, I don't know if everyone on the live stream could hear that, but it sounds like there's a beehive in the back. Brennan's gone for Byrne double cask, so rum from his home state, and then Wolf Lane coffee liqueur, coffee sourced from Cairns, so he's keeping it really local again. And then he's got a Bowen mango infused 4X gold reduction. Ooh, that sounds pretty fucking good. Can I have some of that? Have you got any of that in the bar? Can I just get a little shot, please? And then one banana, sourced from North Queensland. Very one specific banana. What's the size of the banana? I want to know that. Yeah, all right, Brandy. Keep it classy. Come on. So, little bit of words from Brendan here. Pack her up are the best words to hear at the end of the day. That's a quote. I don't really know what it means, but when the tools are down, paperwork done, and the emails have been sent, it's time to knock off and have a drink. Yeah, I agree with that. What other way to enjoy your free time like a true North Queenslander? Summer paradise that packs punches of tropical fruit with the lovely taste of Cairns roasted coffee liqueur. Sounds pretty good. Banana, coffee, mango. Sounds good. Is that what you're making at the back? Is that what the buzzing is? Yeah, got it now. All right, should we go? We've got a little video from Brennan. Should we pass over?
Hey guys, how we going? My name's Brennan. I'm one of the bartenders here over at Campbell Nickel up in Brisbane. I'm joining you guys in our new function room tailors. Just brand new built, ready for silly season. So I'm going to be showing you my cocktail entry, That's Gold. It's pretty much North Queensland in a nutshell. So basically the inspiration for this drink is not the drink itself, but more of the drink's attitude. And it really resonates with the Australian attitude of our relaxing good times. How I came up with this drink was before silly season happened, we had all our functions come in. We had kind of like a staff pool party. So all of us joined in together, went in the pool, had a bit of fun, a bit of barbecue. And as I was sitting down, brainstorming ideas, trying to think of something to create, I was kind of looking around and just feeling that, really good energy, really good vibes. of everyone here just really, having a swim, having a barbecue. And I was really thinking, like, nowhere else in this world really, like, parties or celebrates like we do, like when we have our barbecues, our pool parties, our little shindigs, or our housewarmings. So I really wanted to make that into a drink, something to relax and, ease off the pressures we had this year with the whole pandemic coming along. And then they also kind of thought of an idea as well. With the pandemic, traveling's not been the greatest, It's unfortunate for me. I really wanted to join you guys tonight, but here we are anyway. So I thought, because I've got friends down in Sydney, I've got friends down in Melbourne and Tasmania and, Western Australia as well. I thought, like, if those guys can't come up to Brisbane, into sunny Queensland, I'm going to bring Queensland to them. So it's a really, strong, relaxing time type cocktails. So before we get to it, we'll go through the ingredients and whatnot. So we've got Byrne rum here. Byrne rum double cast here. So these guys here are Australia's oldest rum distillery. They've been through thick and thin. They've survived floods, everything else as well. They've won international awards. So it's basically Queensland in some good juice. So we're going to smack in about 40 mils of the stuff. So into our blender. Of course, got to blend it for a bit of fun. And as well, I got a lot of friends who are coffee nerds. They always talk about like how great like this, American roast is, or Southeast Asian, or like, some European style coffee. And realistically, like, we have some good coffee in our backyard. So the boys here at Wolf Lane, they're up in Cairns. So they've got all their coffee beans. They've sourced it from Atherton's, which is just the surrounding area of Cairns. And they've put it in there, put in their liqueur, and it comes out amazing. It's great. One of the best coffee liqueurs I've had so far. So what I'm going to do with this one here is I'm just going to put in 20 mils. Now as I put in this here, we're going to go to a little bit of the fun stuff. For Skeletini. Not going to put in some beer in there, but kind of am. I've done a forest gold reduction, and I've also infused with Bowen mango. So Bowen mangoes is a species of mangoes found, of course, in Bowen, which is just south of Townsville, North Queensland there. So they're a lot more juicier. They're not as sweet as Eclipso, but I just get a lot more full flavour through them. Very refreshing. So what I'm going to do here is just going to put 15 mils of this naughty boy. Now another thing is, if you've ever been to Queensland as well, driving around, if you ever drive around the east coast, you're going to find a lot of banana farms. So this stuff here, as a kid, driving from Townsville to Cairns or even Townsville to Rockhampton, we always stop to a few farms who'll sell them off the roadside, and they are some of the best bananas you'll ever have. So what I'm doing is just going to chuck in at least half a banana in there. It's going to make it a little bit more fun, give it a lot more volume to the drink. Now to top it off, just going to put in a few ice cubes in here. Smack it down. As well, the glassware I've decided to go with these little pot glasses. These beer glasses are probably hands down the best design you can ever have. No need of handles, literally fits right in your hand. This is great. So what I'm going to do is just going to blend this bad boy up. Yeah. Ready. Basically, as simple as it is, just pour it in. You don't need to do anything hassling, nothing too serious. Just smack it right in there. Perfect, sir. Now for the garnish as well, because trying to be a little bit more useful with our ingredients. With the Bowen mangoes in the reduction, instead of throwing it away, I've grabbed them and I've dehydrated them and just put it on this little cocktail feather. So here we go, guys. Hope you guys really enjoy my drink. That's gold. Bring Queensland down south. Thanks so much.
All right, that was Brendan. He seems like a proper bloke. I wish I'd seen the video before I read his words. I would have given it a lot more context and seen that packer up. All right, let's go. Have we had a chance to taste, guys? We have. Yeah, cool. Look,
We have.
Mike's are good.
Many mics.
That's why we got you one. So over to these guys. Brandy, give us your thoughts.
I like how local this is. I love Beanley. I love how they've survived through anything. So I really give respect to anyone that works with what they do. I was kind of really hooked on that reduction. It's a fascinating kind of out of the box thinking there. So it was exciting to see that come through.
You had me at this smells freaking amazing. So even the presentation's fantastic. It looks like it is a little bit thicker. It's like you can sip this and just really take your time on it. It's fantastic, tastes delicious, smells great, and yeah, great job. I love it. I love the banana profile.
Yeah, I think Queensland have found their new iced coffee. This is... it looks the same as well, so you can get away with just at your desk and drink one of these, and you know, as long as it's not in a pot glass, just put it in a keep cup, and all of a sudden you've got the next best thing for your drink. Suggests I've got a problem, doesn't it? Should we move on?
I've seen you at your desk, Andy. Now I know what you're doing. Yeah, no, that's a great drink. I had a taste while I was up there as well. I think what I love, it's probably worth mentioning as well. The garnish there is a dehydrated Byrne mango, which is the same. It's a byproduct from when he's making his reduction, and sustainability like that. You know, there's no waste. He's using a product to make his reduction, but then using the offsets and using the byproducts to make a garnish. And to me, that's gold. No. I was trying too hard, Dan. We spoke about this. Come on. All right, let's go on to the next one. We've got Matty Bodycote. So we're moving over to Western Australia. Matty's drink is a Unico Mando, 15 ml of Unico Mando, and then he's using 5 Rivers spiced rum, and then he's got a Branca and Myrtle sherbet. Fuck, that sounds good. We got any of that? Let's go over to the video for that one.
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm Matty Bodycote from Perth. I am the Group Beverage Manager for Lavish Habits. I hope you're all having a really good time tonight. I'm really sad that I can't be there, but I'm also so happy that you guys can make this happen for the first inaugural Australian Coupe from so far away. So thank you very, very much. With that, my inspiration for the cocktail is based on simplicity and accentuating all of those amazing unique qualities that Australian spirits have to offer. Our first ingredient that I wanted to use was 5 Rivers spiced rum. It's incredibly unique. It is a small vat ferment, which gives it great complexity and developed flavours. It's double pot distilled, which gives it really good mouthfeel, and it's infused with spices, mango and boab nuts, which makes it really unique. Our next ingredient is also incredibly unique, and I wanted to accentuate the tropical elements from the rum. So I used Unico Mando from Applewood Distillery. They do some really cool stuff with this. It's essentially a grape-based distillate limoncello style, but with mandarins, using grapes that would have otherwise gone to waste. And then they distill it, infuse it with Riverland mandarins, and are able to produce this extremely beautiful, juicy, vibrant flavour modifier that works really well with the 5 Rivers spiced rum. Next, I wanted to make an ingredient that shared these qualities from the rum and the Unico Mando. So I wanted something that was more developed and something that could be used again and have no waste to it. So I started off with an oleo saccharum of sorts that is a mixture of raw Australian sugar, lemon peel, using some house-made menthe, and then also Okar Island bitters for a bit of seasoning, and let that develop for about 24 hours. After it was developed, I was able to split it in two and go 2 different ways with it. The first was adding the right amount of lemon juice to create a sherbet to balance out the drink, instead of just having lemon juice and sugar and bitters, then having this more developed sherbet style that was able to balance the whole drink in one measure. With the other half of the oleo saccharum, I added some corn syrup and then brought it to temp, so around about 160 degrees, and cooled it down in moulds to make what I call a fascinator. just because it looks like one of those things that you stick on your head. And you can put whatever you want in there. You can put some foraged flowers or mixed berries or whatever it is that you want to have on display. This is essentially a lollipop mixture. If you want to make lollipops, this is how you do it. But in this case, we've just turned it into a garnish for the drink. It's a really good way of adding some aroma to the nose when you're drinking. It sticks really well to the glass, so it actually won't fall off either. And just giving it a bit of magic for something that looks more complicated than it really is. I guarantee you, I've never done this before. It took maybe 5 or 10 minutes to do. And if I can do it, I'm pretty confident that anyone out there can make one of these. And for the name, I thought, seeing as we're using a bit of mint, we're using 5 Rivers spiced rum, and this is the Australian Coupe competition. I thought that the scientific name for river mint was quite fitting. So I hope you'll enjoy my cocktail, the Menta Australis. Lastly, I just want to send out my wishes from myself, my group, and all of the West Coast. Hopefully we get to see each other soon, and stay safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Matty, and thanks for those words. Just goes on to what I was saying earlier about the sense of the community within the hospitality industry. It's really being felt right now, and everything that we've been going through. So, thanks for that, Matty. Hopefully we'll have you here, or we'll be able to see you soon. All right, over to the judges. This is a pretty tasty looking drink, and thanks to Matt as well for the in-depth process as well and taking us through that. It's really quite interesting and fascinating for me as well. But Andy, what are your thoughts?
How sexy does that look? That is
good.
It's just, I love a drink that just pops and is vibrant straight from the outgo. So you kind of know that you're getting, like, I think appearance kind of tells you what you're about to drink before you've tasted it.
Yeah.
And you can taste every ingredient that he's described in there. I think that's a testament to, a really well-made drink where you can actually just pick out all the ingredients bit by bit. It's everything is there, and the wild forest flower kind of looks like a Scottish thistle, so makes it dear to my heart as well. Oh, I know, kitsch.
That's 100% not why we did it. I really like this from a customer perspective, or like a bar consumer perspective. I think this is one of those really pretty, beautifully presented drinks that kind of evolves as you go through the stages of like looking, smelling it, and then tasting. Every different stage has a very different level of engagement, and it rewards every time. And every time you take a different step on that journey. That was a long-winded comment.
Yeah, aesthetically, it's beautiful. It's stunning. I love the colour. Again, as mentioned previously, you get every single flavour that's mentioned come through, but it just works so well, and it's so well balanced, and it's smashable. Damn. It's really, really good. Yeah, well done. That's amazing.
Can I have some?
Yes.
Oh, fuck me, that's good. All right. Thanks, Matty. Where do you need me to be? Can I just be anywhere? You want me to go up there? Can I be here? I can go where I want? I can do what I want? That sounds fun. Be in the light. Okay. Yeah, okay. Hi. Okay, we're over to Kuda Padia. I'm really sorry if I messed that up. I tried my best. We're going back up to Queensland. Kuda has made us a drink called the Queen's Tincture. Queen's Tincture is using platinum white rum, Lord Byron limoncello, cloudy apple juice, some honey-infused beetroot syrup, which sounds pretty good, 5 to 7 sugar-coated charred pineapple chunks, egg whites, and lime. So we've got a little quote here from Kuda, so I'll put it into his words. The compelling story of a southern African man coming into an environment that inhabits Queensland's warm tropical vibes against the bitter hangover favours of last Sunday's sesh. A vision from the heavens came to him as if it were a guide to everlasting life in the form of a drink with an alluring sense of culture, depth, and Aussie flavour, all encapsulated into a refreshing elixir that teases the taste buds to the very last sip. Where's the next chapter? That's good. That's some good. I'm hooked. Give me it. Okay, let's move over to video of Kuda.
Oh, hi. Welcome to Queensland. My name is Kuda, and I'm one of the Queensland representatives for the Australian Coupe competition. Thank you so much for considering me. I think it's an honor to be able to represent everything that this beautiful state has to encompass. But let me show you how. So, my story starts all the way from Zimbabwe. I was born and raised there, and then from then I went through New Zealand, living in Auckland for a couple of years before finally coming down here on the craziest, wildest journey I've ever been on. So it's January 2012, where I traded the cold, unforgiving winds of Auckland weather for the hot, blazing summers of central Queensland's Rockhampton. Yep. So what inspired my cocktail entry into the Australian Coupe, the Queen's Tincture, was on this very first day we arrived, we got invited to a welcome and tour party. And one of the things that was served was a beetroot egg salad. I thought that was so Queensland. I mean, you have the maroon, you have the gold, that after trying that, it put forth a whole set of events that has led me to this point.
I think that definitely warrants an applause. Tell me we've got a fourth category that is excellent video, an excellent chat, because that's great. That was really entertaining to watch. All right, let's go over to judges who've got some pretty sexy looking drinks in front of them. Randy, what are you thinking?
Basically, I was just watching a Queensland tourism ad as Andy and I were talking about. I want to go all of a sudden. No, I haven't even really had a chance to sip the drink, but give me a minute. Oh, matches up to the Queensland ad. It's pretty delicious. I always love something with a foam and a bit of head. You have to be there for that joke, I think. I do love also a bit of like toasted pineapple. I think as well this is one of those like mojito amaretto sour kind of vibes where someone sees it go out and then all of a sudden they're like, ooh, I'll have one of those. Then suddenly the bar erupts in Queen's tinctures for the rest of the night. So it definitely has mass appeal in the bar.
Yeah, I agree with the whole the Queensland. I don't like the heat, but damn, yeah, that video was off the chain. Okay, so like I really love the pineapple garnish in this. The smell of it really goes with the body of the cocktail as well. Yeah, it's super easy to drink. It's a bit more on the earthy side, which I really like. It's not as sweet as it looks, and yeah. It's one of those, like, if it's a really hot day, sit outside, have this in Queensland, and party with those people in the video.
I think the appearance versus aroma versus taste is actually, you kind of go on a bit of a journey. You kind of look at it first and you're like, oh, that's really bright and vibrant. And then you smell it and you get this toasted pineapple and it's just like super kind of tropical and sweet. And then that beetroot really cuts through and you get this kind of nice earthy sort of really different texture and sort of flavour than you would probably expect from just looking at this drink going out. So, yeah, I like the kind of the journey that we've gone through in the same way that, you know, the Queensland tourism journey that we've gone through. It's booked my flights. I'm off.
Just taking my mic's on. Yep. Hi. Thanks for that, guys. I mean, look, it looks like a great drink, and yeah, it's really entertaining to watch and read his words, and hear his story. And yeah, I think I agree with you. I've never been to Queensland. I've always wanted to go. Now I really want to go, and I want to have a drink with that guy because he's a really good bloke to have a drink with. I should probably talk to the camera instead of just to the wall. That's weird if I look into the camera, isn't it? Uncomfortable for everyone. Yeah. All right. Let's move on to our next one. I'll flesh this out. Ashen Connealy is our next one. Ashen, I'm really sorry if I've messed that up, but I'm fairly certain I've got it right. Ashen Connealy from Victoria. Her drink is called Tortuga. She's using Never Never Triple Juniper Gin, which is a fantastic award-winning gin from South Australia, based in McLarenville. Keeping it on theme. And then we've got Marionette Curacao and some rock candy. Is that like the rock candy? No, judges aren't looking at me. Yeah, that's the rock, like Edinburgh rock, like the stick of rock. Yeah, nice. I like that. Oh, I've never had one of those in a... Right, okay. They can't do the full stick. No, okay. And then, stirred into a mixing glass, single strained into a Nick and Nora. I've got a few words from Ashen. So this is a rich balance of the best new spirits and liqueurs hailing from Australia, in her opinion. The infamous Black Pearl Ship, the namesake of the local Fitzroy cocktail bar, often docked and was the port of registry for the island of Tortuga, which is the namesake of her drink. Australian loyal ingredients unite in this silky libation to suit all palates. Sounds pretty good to me. Let's go over to a little video here of Ashen.
Good evening, legends. My name is Ashen. I work at Black Pearl here in Fitzroy. I'd like to thank Dulcies for putting on this event. We had a very good time here in Victoria. I hope you guys are having fun in Sydney tonight. Today, I'm going to be showcasing my drink, the Tortuga, a balance of some of my favorite ingredients from around Australia. We'll start off with a little bit of Marionette Curacao, a little bit of dry Curacao, drier than normal, using many different oranges, navel, blood orange, and a little bit of Seville. Quite like floral notes and a dry citrus element to the drink. From there, I'm going to sweeten that up a little bit with a little bit of rock candy using some sugar cane from Queensland. To balance that out, we got a little bit of bitterness, one of my favorite ingredients, the Never Never and Black Pearl Juniper Amaro. It just adds coffee characters and a little bit of bitterness bite to the drink. In that, we got like roasted juniper, some classic ingredients that add a little bit of length, like wormwood and gentian, which just give the drink a little bit of body and texture. From there, we're going to go to Unico Yuzu and Vermouth. Beautiful vermouth using Merlot as the base, and then mixing it with some Mount Yuzu for that fresh citrus burst, which complements the orange in the drink. Then from here, we go to a gin from Australia, the Never Never Triple Juniper. 3 times juniper used. You got basket juniper, you got fresh juniper, and then juniper that's been steeped for 24 hours. Quite a modern Australian gin, but then bringing it back to the classic as well, just making sure you're drinking a gin with some of the juniper. Now, that's everything in the drink. Just going to give that a little stir. Just combine all the ingredients, stir it down, low and slow. A beautiful drink that's easily replicable all around Australia, using some of the best ingredients that we have to offer. It's a bitter drink that can be enjoyed by all. You got Negroni drinkers, hanky-panky drinkers, enjoyable for all palates. Now, pour that over, low and slow, not to aerate too much. Beautiful. A little bit of orange zest over the top, and a little bit of wax flower for color contrast. Enjoy. Staunch it. Second one today.
Okay. I'm going to apologise to Sheen. I didn't realise you were a guy. I said she a lot. I took a risk. I'm sorry. No, thanks for that one. When I came to you earlier and said, am I pronouncing this name wrong, you could have just clarified some other points. It would have been helpful.
Well, when you said pronouncing his name right, I thought you assumed.
I didn't say his. I said this.
Anyway, moving on to the judges' comments.
All right, Brandy, over to you, mate. Give us some thoughts.
What I really like about this, and one of the hardest things to do in bars, is often have a mass appeal of white spirits and dark spirits, and often white spirits wins out. This one's a really good one for people who like dark spirits and people who like white spirits. It has a really beautiful oil to it. It has a really nice kind of winey flavour, which kind of jumps the line every now and then between that kind of really nice. It's just a really fucking well-made drink, and I'm trying to like look really smart, but the reality is that you've kind of captured the idea of a modern classic and used some really good Australian spirits to present that. So yeah, good fucking work.
So I agree with Brandy a lot with, you've used a lot of really fantastic Australian spirits there and a lot of readily available ones and put them to absolute justice. That was fantastic. I would say that this cocktail as well, it's quite viscous. And I would say for more like advanced Negroni drinkers, this one would be like if you wanted that something a little bit different but on a similar sort of scale. This is the go-to drink. It's wonderful. Fantastic job. Thank you.
Yeah, just give it the second and third, the words of everyone else. No, I think that one of my favourite cocktails is a Hanky Panky. I love that sort of Amaro Fernet character in a drink. You only need a tiny amount, and it just brings a certain depth and complexity to a drink that doesn't normally, include it. But as you say, it's the variety of other styles. You can love a Manhattan, be it perfect or sweet. You can love a Negroni. You can love a Boulevardier, and a Hanky Panky, and all of this kind of can amalgamate into that. So those classic gin cocktails, classic whiskey cocktails, all fit into this drink. So that versatility, style of like, is this a classic? This is an Australian classic on so many varieties of superbly classic cocktails.
Can I also go back, because this story as well is a really beautiful. One of the things that we wanted to trigger when we talked about putting in the judging criteria about story was not only linking to a personal story, but also creating a really beautiful narrative. I know in cocktails, every cocktail has this ludicrous story behind it, and I think the creation of the Tortuga really adds to a mythology behind the drink as well. So good work there. And I'm going to keep talking for a little bit.
Okay, hi. Sorry. I was not paying attention. I was drinking.
Great transition.
We're going to take a break now. So I can get myself one of those bricks rum shots Brandy promised everyone. Guys, we're going to take a break. We'll take a 10-minute break. Give ourselves a little fresher. Go to the toilets, do all that kind of stuff. Go for your cigarettes, get your shots. We'll see you soon.
into a bar and sells you the spirit, but there's a whole distillery behind you, behind him or her. There's a whole group of producers behind the distillery, and then there's a whole community behind the producers that those producers are in. So what you realize when you start buying Australian spirits is that you're not only supporting good booze, but you're also supporting a huge group of people that support and live these products. And essentially, when I say live, they are living by these products. So, for those of you who haven't done the shot, do the shot. I'm going to do the shot now with the judges because we waited for you guys. Cheers. And then also, thank you to you guys, because behind Australian craft spirits, there are bars that sell Australian craft spirits. And bars that sell Australian craft spirits cannot survive without customers that come into those bars. So thank you guys. Appreciation post. Live, love, love.
Have we got internet back yet so we can cut this guy off? Great, thank you. I'm going to do my shot on my own just so I can say thank you to Bricks Distillery, fantastic rum distillery in Surrey Hills for providing these beautiful shots tonight. Thank you. Oh, that was fucking good. All right, let's get back into it. Okay, so Campbell Nickel, going back to Tassie. Talking. Hello. Sit down, Lizzie. Campbell Nickel from Tasmania. His drink is called the Sunday Prayer. With this drink, we've got Gospel Straight Rye, Bun Skyberry Coffee, and then we have 7K Raspberry Aperitif, and then we've got some Tasmania Bitters Mountain Pepperberry Bitters. Again, yeah, super local, pepperberry's delicious. Some words here from Campbell. The Sunday recovery session is an age-old Australian tradition, and nothing makes you feel more alive than fresh fruit, copious amounts of coffee, and spicy food. Coffee and a fruity aperitif is the perfect quick pick-me-up, and adding the light yet spicy notes of rye whiskey give it backbone and length so you can sip on it, enjoy your waffles, and try a nice piece. Hang on, no, I did said that wrong. Enjoy your waffles and try and piece Saturday night back together. It's been a while since I've done sight reading. Short yet not overly boozy. It's the smooth record drink for the Australian summer. Let's go over to Campbell, watch his video, and see what he's got to say for himself.
Hi friends, I'm Campbell and I'm here to introduce you to Sunday Prayer, my entry in this year's Australian Coupe cocktail competition. Now, I was inspired by thinking about what iconic Australian moments needed an iconic cocktail. And to me, there's nothing more iconic than the hungover Sunday brunch when you're throwing up that prayer that you'll get through the next shift or that you'll make it to Sunday afternoon drinks. And when I need to pick me up when I'm at work, what I'll lean towards is a little espresso and a little bit of a bitter aperitif. And I took that as the inspiration for my cocktail, Sunday Prayer. Starting with some beautiful coffee from the Atherton Tablelands in Queensland, roasted in Byron Bay, bringing a lovely rich fruitiness, but not too much acidity, because we don't need too much bitterness at 10 a.m. on a Sunday. So we've got that as our starting point, and we're marrying that with some beautiful raspberry aperitif from my friends at 7K Distillery. Lots of really fresh raspberry flavours from raspberries from the Westway Raspberry Farm out in southern Tassie, with a little bit of a bitter orange note coming through. So this is going to tie in really well with the fruity notes of our coffee, and also not too much bitterness married with not too much acidity means it's going to be a pretty easy going drink. Now that's all very well, but on that Sunday morning we need a little bit more to get us through the day. And so the backbone of our drink is Gospel Rye from Victoria. Lovely, fresh, spicy rye flavours, 100% rye, so you know you're going to get those really nice flavours coming through. And that spice is going to sit as the backbone of our drink, going to cut through that fruitiness. So we've got a little fruitiness, a little spiciness, really nice, easy going drink. Something that you can have pre-bottled at home in the fridge, a little litre bottle of Sunday Prayer. You just crack it open, pour it over some ice, and you're ready to get on with your Sunday. Now we're going to tie this fruitiness and this spiciness together with some Tasmanian pepperberry bitters. It's not really a Tasmanian drink if you haven't at some point put Tasmanian pepperberry in there. A lovely, really rich, fruity spiciness, which unsurprisingly is going to tie our fruitiness and our spiciness together, marry all our flavours. So these are the ingredients that go into the Sunday prayer. My entry in this year's Australian Coupe cocktail competition, and a drink that I think is perfectly suited to every venue that does brunch, every venue that needs a new pickup option on a Sunday, Saturday, Tuesday morning. Thanks for listening, guys.
Guy's got a pretty good looking back bar. I was just thinking that. Some good bottles back there. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I don't know, I want that. Yeah.
Sneaky bottle of 4 pillars Shiraz in there.
Okay, guys, let's move on. Let's get on to judges. Ali, what are you thinking?
I absolutely love the choice of the rye whiskey with that. I think that pairs perfectly with the bitterness of the coffee. Yeah, that was flawless. Again, love the video, love the humour. We're coming to yours every Sunday, I assume, because this was fantastic. I loved it. It was really light but had that depth and that body. Fantastic.
I'm going to start by saying that I've got an unhealthy crush on Ben from Gospel Rye. That man could sell me anything. I hope he's watching, because if he ever comes to Sydney, watch out, Ben. My boyfriend's name is also Ben, so I can get away with it. What I really like about this, Campbell, is not only the use of Ben's delicious whiskey, but also just how light it is. It's a really refreshing thing. When you get a lot of coffee cocktails, and in Australia we get a fucking lot, it broke away from the standard measure. You start getting a lot of those really light flavors. I actually could taste the idea of single origin in there. There was a delicateness that you would get with like a cold brew or something like that, which is surprising when people start using coffee, so good work there. What I also really liked is the idea of bringing that raspberry. I really like 7K Distillery in the way that they integrate stuff. That cherry liqueur is banging, so good work on that local integration there.
Yeah, I'd second the coffee notes. It's like it's coffee without that sickly sweet richness of coffee, and quite often chicory because they don't bother using coffee. But dig. It's all right. They're not Australian brands, but I think that kind of clever. You can smell it straight away on the nose. That coffee kind of sings through, and it's like your phrase of cold brew. It has that kind of initial kind of cold brew, and then the rye really kicks through that earthy. Their rye is delicious. It's that kind of earthy, more kind of vegetal rye rather than sort of heavy kind of spice rye. And I think that kind of vegetal note with that coffee sings really well. And I've just tried the bitters on their own. Delicious. Yeah. That's our feedback. Yeah.
Thanks for the eloquent input there, Brandy. Yeah. Yeah, no, I had a taste of the drink as well. Like those coffee notes really coming through, and yeah, it's just kind of great to see those. Shades of popular. I'll just go fuck myself. Jade Duo, on to the next one. So Jade Duo from New South Wales. This cocktail was called Blacker the Berry. Blacker the Berry is using Archie Rose rye whiskey. They still in Rosebery? No, they've moved. Yeah, right. So New South Wales, just outside Sydney, and then we're the Never Never Black Juniper Amaro with Black Pearl is making a comeback, and then we've got 20 ml of dry apera. So sounds like we've got a nice sort of boozy stirred down drink. Some words here from Jade. To Jade, the Australian experience is a mix of the unexpected and unusual, and the easygoing enjoyment of the simpler things. Jade's tried to embody these ideas into her drink, taking inspiration from some cocktail classics and putting her own spin on them. She also wanted to use Kakadu Plum, as it has a personal resonance to her. Her first sporting house in school when she moved to Australia was Kakadu. So this is, harping back to her inspiration and the name for the drink, and her Ghanaian Australian heritage. So it's a seemingly simple drink, easy to make, but with a real deep complexity of flavor. And looking at the ingredients that she's chosen, I can see that sort of harping back into those. She's taken influence from some real classics there, and it's keeping it local. Let's see what Jade has to say.
Hi everyone, my name is Jade, I'm 22, today I'm representing Dean's Lounge. So I'm going to be explaining a little bit more background into my cocktail, the Black of the Berry. So a little bit of background in that one, I named it the Black of the Berry because I'm obviously a little bit of a spicy Australian, and to me the importance of the multicultural aspect of the Australian society is super important, and I wanted to put it at the forefront of my drink, is that really represents my story, and I think it represents a lot of other people's stories out there. So that's a little bit of background into the name. We'll get into some ingredients. First up, we've got the Kakadu plum here. It's wild harvested, sustainably sourced, and it's all farmed by Indigenous Australians up in the Northern Territory. It's got a really nice kind of malty taste. It's a superfood apparently. And we toss it with some toasted sugar, and that's going to form the basis for our rim. I picked Kakadu because my first house in primary school, when I moved to Canberra when I was 8, was called Kakadu, so it's got a nice little warm spot in my heart there. The next up, the base spirit that we're going to have today is the Archie Rose Morai malt whiskey. It's got a beautiful, obviously, malt finish, nice heat from the rye, and I actually, my first house in Sydney was across from the Archie Rose Distillery, so it's, again, a nice little shout out to some heritage there. I really love the work that Archie Rose is doing. I think they're doing an awesome job of pushing Australian spirits into something like a household name, and I think there's something special about the fact that someone will come into the bar and order an Archie Rose by name, the same way that they would a Hendrix or a Grey Goose or something like that. So I just wanted to pay a little bit of homage to that. If you can't get Archie Rose for any reason, if it's either not available in your area or you're balling on a budget, I feel you, you can get the Gospel Straight Rye or 23rd Street Blended Whiskey, works really well too. They'll give you a similar kind of heat, warmth that you're looking for. Next up, we've got the Never Never Black Juniper Amaro. It's got a really nice toasted, deep flavour. There's hints of obviously juniper. There's a bit of cardamom in there, a few other spices. It just adds a really lovely complexity to the drink and also the colour. And then last up, we've got a dry Australian Fino Sherry. You're going to get a bit more fruitiness and a bit more crisp with an Australian sherry rather than a Spanish style Fino. So that's why we picked the Aussie one here. And we're going to whack those in. Shout out to Tom or whoever's doing it right now. Stir it down. And that's it. That's the Black of the Berry. Simple to smash out on a Saturday, but good enough to order twice. Thanks, guys.
Jade, I'm so sorry. I didn't realise you were sitting right there. Now I understand the round of applause when your name came up. It all makes sense now. I'm really sorry if I butchered your words. I kind of tried to, paraphrase a little.
Give up. You've already called a boy a girl. Move on. Cut to the judges already.
Fucking hell! All right. No, I just got to say I love that sign off from Jade there. It's good enough to smash out. It's great to smash out on a Saturday night and good enough to order twice. It's exactly what we're thinking about mass appeal. For me, that's what's really important about making these great drinks. They've got to be able to smash them out on a Saturday night and want to have them twice. I love that sign off. Okay, judges, you're welcome, Brandy.
What a banger. I'm not branding, by the way. In case you could tell. I love this. Apart from anything else, the Kendrick Lamar reference is always a tick in my box. But I love drinks that surprise you. And on first appearance, and if you put this in front of a lot of customers, they go, "Oh, that looks really boozy," and it's anything that's in a coupe glass that's really dark your automatic assumption is it's heavy, it's boozy, it's stirred down, and it's a big drink, and that is light, it's delicate, it's actually not that boozy for what it appears to be. So I'm super impressed. I think it's refreshing, it's light. Archie Rose really sings in that drink, so, and I love sherry, so fucking put more sherry in drinks, please.
Okay, like again, I am partial to a bit of sherry, so I really loved that the sherry really paired with with the rye as well. Like that was a really good choice of ingredients to mix together. So well done. I also really love the fact that you're in the room and you can hear me right now. But aside from that, that's delicious. It's balanced as well. The appearance is great. Usually I get a bit deterred by things that are rimmed with sugar, but this was something that worked fantastically together, so thank you so much.
Yeah, clap away. On our till system, we have a system where anything that has sugar in it has a brandy alternative, which takes all the sugar out. I hate sugar so much, and when I saw this with the Kakadu rim and the sugar rim, I was like, oh girl. But then when you try this, the balance is impeccable. The balance in the drink, number one, classic, dry, smooth, has all the notes that you really want to hit without reaching any of those poor notes that you go, oh, it's too dry, or it falls flat, or it doesn't have the body to sustain the different mouthfeels in front, middle, and back palate. And then you've got the rim as well, which adds a bit more, and you can crack that Kakadu in there along with the sugar, and it also holds up. From a consumer perspective, I think it's a really beautifully presented drink as well. Nice and simplistic and straightforward, so good work. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Dan Ritchie. Oh, there we go.
Thanks very much. I'm back in the room. Okay. Yeah, thanks for that, guys. And Jade, yeah, delicious drink. Try to do that. It's great. Thank you. All right, over to Thomas Bryan. It's not what my page says. Thomas Bryan. Back over to Western Australia. The Gummaracha Collab is the name of his drink. And this is... It looks like he's got a bit of a theme on a distillery. So he's using Applewood Distillery Gin, and then the Unico Zello Yuzu Vermouth, the Unico Zello Mandarin Cello, a little bit of verjuice, and then a little dash of Australian bitters. He's got some local strawberry dusted with a mix of lemon, myrtle, roasted wattle seed, and carob. So some really local native ingredients there, which is great to see. I love seeing those things used. And they're coated in sugar and bruleed. So he's got a little brulee action on this, which sounds pretty good. And then a little spray over the top of some Bricks Trail mixed spiced rum. Now there's no blurb here from Thomas, so we're just going to go straight over to his video.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Bryan, and I'm here to represent the Palace Arcade from Perth, Western Australia. I'd just like to start by offering a quick thank you to our judges for this evening. I hope that my presence can be conveyed via video. I'd also like to thank our spectators here for tonight. Thank you for your support. I'd like to thank all of our competitors. I'm getting excited to see what you guys put out tonight. And of course, I'd like to thank Mr. Caden Poole. Caden was the one that pushed and organized the WA Heat for this event, and thus is the one that gave us the opportunity to compete. So thank you. This competition is all about raising a glass to Australian spirits. Essentially celebrating our Australian spirits, but also by extension our Aussie natives and our non-native but locally grown produce as well. Thus, when creating my drink, I wanted to try and collaborate as many of those different categories together as possible to create something delicious. With that in mind, I decided to start with Applewood Distillery's signature gin. Created with desert lime, wattle seed, and peppermint gum leaf, this is a deeply rich and botanical gin that I thought would have a depth of flavor and enough backbone to be the main star for my cocktail. Thus, we're going to use 30 ml of the Applewood Distillery gin. Next, I wanted to draw on that traditional gin and vermouth pairing, but with a little bit of a twist. So I decided to use Unicazello's Yuzu Vermouth. Made with locally grown yuzu and Australian Merlot. It's a little bit tannic, it's not a little bit sweeter than a traditional vermouth, but it has a nice intensity and that wonderful yuzu and grapevine feel that complements the Applewood Distillery gin perfectly. Thus, we're going to use 30 ml of this as well. Next, I wanted to bring a little bit more sweetness to the drink, so I decided to use Unicazello's Mandarin Cello. We're going to use 25 ml because it is quite sweet and it's going to bring that much needed sweetness in. We don't want to go too far. It's also going to bring lots of wonderful fruit and brightness made with local Australian Mandarin. This is going to complement the other ingredients perfectly. Like I said, we're going to use 25 ml. Next, I just wanted to add 5 ml of Australian verjuice. This here isn't really to bring a lot of flavour to the beverage, it's mostly just to bring a little bit more tinge of acidity that I think the beverage needed. Next, we're going to add just 1 dash per drink of Australian bitters. This is going to add a nice little complexity with the number of Australian ingredients that are already in here. It's also going to bring a little bit of bitterness that I think the rest of the drink sorely needed. We're now going to stir down our drink. We're only going to be stirring it probably about 75% of how much you would normally stir down a cocktail. Once it's done, we're going to pour it into our glass and top with about 5 ml of a soda water. This is soda water that we make here in Palace Arcade. It's a little bit higher PSI than a soda water you might find at the bowl. It's going to be bringing a little bit of texture, obviously some more dilution to help finish it off. More importantly, it's going to be bringing some effervescence. It's going to allow some of those flavors to lift out of the drink and up into your nose. For our garnish, we're going to be using a hopefully recreated garnish made with a local Australian strawberry, cut in half, dusted with a spice mix of equal parts wattle seed, carob, and lemon myrtle, and then covered with a layer of sugar and brulee. This brulee is going to caramelize those sugars whilst protecting the spices underneath. You're going to get a lovely little tinge of that caramelized sugar, followed by the intense hit of spice, and then obviously that juicy strawberry underneath. Last, we're going to be giving a little spray of Brix's Trail Mix Dark Rum. Just 2 sprays per drink. All it's going to be doing is giving a wonderful aroma, significant and reminiscent of the aroma in the rest of the drink. And that is my cocktail. And that is my cocktail. Well, like I said, when creating this drink, I wanted to try and pull and collaborate as many different categories together as I possibly could. Coincidentally, some of my ingredients have already collaborated. The Applewood Distillery and the Unicazello are actually both from a place called Gumaraka in South Australia. They're actually right next to each other. From what I've been told, Applewood Distillery lends the use of its stills to Unicazello to help create many of their products, including the Unicazello Yuzu Vermouth and their Mandarin Cello as well. Thus, I decided to call my drink the Gumaraka Collab. I thought it was quite poetic that these ingredients that were made in collaboration with one another could now be used, come back together again full circle into my glass so that I could raise it to Australian spirits. Thank you.
That was, yeah, I love that sort of bringing those two producers together and calling it the Gumaraka Collab. I love that. That's great. So yeah, let's go straight over to the judges and see what they've got to say about the drink.
I don't know how the fuck you found a full bottle of trail mix anywhere, because I tried to today and it's been sold out for about 6 months unless you're flying overseas and you're in duty free. Shout out to those looking to buy trail mix. This kind of... Yeah, I am fucking bitter, mate, because I couldn't buy a full bottle. So pipe the fuck down. We've got the distillers here and I couldn't get a full bottle. What I really like about this is I made an opinion of it before I drank it, which I think a lot of people do with drinks in cocktail bars, that vastly changed as soon as I took a sip. I think it's really simple. All the flavors came through, so everything that you listed as ingredients. Cacao is a really hard flavor to come through, come through when you add a lot of other ingredients, and it definitely came through, and not in the garnish, because I haven't even eaten that strawberry yet, because I really need to eat after about, what is this, 9 cocktails? So you really killed it in the kind of the balance and taste of it. So good work there.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think the flavour, the balance, the texture of this is superb, and it brings through so many different characters of, you know, everything that's in there is coming through. Texture's great, colour is great. It appears that the pink and purple are the colour du jour, which I love. I think it's such a vibrant colour, and it's one of those drinks, especially when we're talking about a summer menu and looking at, you know, a summer menu of drinks. Any drink that just instantly your eyes are drawn to, and it's just like, oh yeah, I'm there, and like you're singing into that drink straight away. It's like, wow, what is that? What's going on? What's the flavour? And yeah, texture, balance, can't fault it. Delicious.
I mean, I agree with the other two. So everything is like the colour and the whole aesthetic to it is fantastic. I love the fact that the wattle seed is actually on the garnish, so you smell that as soon as you come through. And so the garnish screams like, you know, the colour of the cocktail. But when you actually go to sip it and you smell that nuttiness and that roastiness, it actually really accommodates the body of the cocktail, which is fantastic.
It's the smell versus that kind of like, you know, it's such an intense flavour that I often find it overtakes any drink. As soon as, you know, wattle seed is the flavour du jour as well. I'm liking this face now. Let's try and keep this up with every drink. But it is one of those things that, like, it takes over so much, and to just smell it and not taste it is delicious.
Yeah, it's like it's a complete molecular kind of like a grab. Yeah, so like I work with a lot of native. Yeah, so so being like the distiller on the panel, so I work with a lot of natives on a daily basis, and I've experimented a lot with especially wattle seed and a lot of things that take on that profile of this cocktail. I freaking love it. So it's juicy, it's nice. It's one of those things that like you take your time to, or you smash it, or you take your time with it. But it is absolutely fantastic. As soon as you reach your nose to the glass, it absolutely accommodates the flavour and the body to what you're about to taste, and it does it so many favours. So thank you so much for creating that. That's beautiful.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, just for me, really, really fantastic drink as well. Just had a sip over there, and I like it. It's good.
Good feedback. Good.
I'm not fucking judging. That's your job. All right, next one. Sorry, no, thanks. All right, we're over to South Australia. We've got Josh Mack giving us Through the Grapevine. So this is using Maiden Eye Latonique with some Never Never Southern Strength Gin, Imperial Measure Distillery Mando Liqueur, some green grapes, medium size, lemon juice, and sugar syrup. It's probably going to be balanced. It's a good sign of good balance. Just medium sized. Look, Josh has written a lovely novel here. And I'm grateful for it. But I spent the last 5 minutes while you were judging that drink just reading through it and making sure, give myself some bullet points of what I'm going to bring up. Essentially, what Josh is going for here, he's from South Australia, so he's harping home to the grapes and the wine and the focus of wine in South Australia. So Through the Grapevine is using native ingredients and Australian-made spirits and modifiers to champion grapes in the cocktail. And South Australia has a huge love of all things wine. He wanted to pay tribute to this, but also using flavours that are native to South Australia. He's also used, he's sourced all of his ingredients from the Adelaide Central Markets, which, if you've not been to Adelaide, go to Adelaide first of all, but then go to the Adelaide Central Market. It's one of my favourite places in the world. It's got to be the best source of fresh produce in South Australia. It's a multicultural hub. It's a fucking amazing place. I took my dad from Scotland.
Stop stealing my chat.
No, my chat.
I was
here
hoping
first.
for this later. Come on.
But no, my dad came up from Scotland and never been to Australia before, and we took him all over Sydney. We took him to wineries. We took him to distilleries. We took him everywhere. He did everything you could think to do in Sydney and McLaren Vale and Hunter Valley, all these things. His favourite thing of his whole 3-week trip here was the morning at the Adelaide Central Market. So it really is an amazing place.
What's the drink like?
I'm trying to give the bartenders time to make the drinks, mate, you knob. Go on then, talk about the drink. I already said it.
Is there a video for this one? Or did
Yeah,
we
there's a
just
video.
end? Oh, that was actually worth it. We should probably let Dan talk. Sorry, Dan.
Well, no,
I didn't actually realise that this was a non-video.
Have you got a
one.
drink in front of you?
Yeah, we got a drink.
Drink it
in
and
front
judge
of
it
us.
then.
Yeah, I already did. Do you want to come up and talk to us about it? It's shit that's fresh. Is actually how I feel about it. Yeah, I had a taste. Dan.
The system's the same. You just have to talk about the drink. Tell us your thoughts about the drink, Brandy.
Oh, the salt's dropping, isn't it? It's refreshing, isn't it? Just like everyone else, I love Adelaide markets as well. I didn't go there with my parents. I sent them there without me to my in-laws and just said, you go off and join them, come back and see me later, because it was easier. But it is a beautiful place. I love the markets. It is Adelaide is an awesome city that has, in the short time that I've been here in Australia, from when I first visited 5 years ago to Adelaide to what it is now, the hospitality scene there has changed so much and become so vibrant, so passionate, and it's incredible. From the case of my friends that live there, like, here's the one cool restaurant that we're going to go to, and this is the cool restaurant this year, and this is the cool bar this year. I now feel like I'm neglecting my family when I go there because I spend all the time going and visit all the cool bars. I think the last time I went there, I spent 4 days there, and I saw my father-in-law a total of 2 hours. Because I was in every amazing bar that there is. So kudos to Adelaide, because I love you guys. But a delicious drink. I barely have thought about it.
If we want to talk about another person that can sell me cancer, it's Mr. Danby from IMB Distilling. What they do with these spirits is pretty incredible. The IMBD Mando liqueur is one of my favourite liqueurs at the moment in Australia. And I was hoping someone used this in the competition. To balance this liqueur with all the other things in there is a very, very tough ask. Putting it next to Never Never Southern Strength, Medini La Tonique, and then grapes and lemon juice and sugar syrup, really kind of you have to have a really good understanding of kind of mixology to do so. It's nice and fresh. If you're looking at this as kind of putting it next to something, I would say that this is an Australian Charlie Chaplin. It's a very, very good understanding of those classic kind of almost Cuban influences in Australian drinks. And for me, this would be a really easy sell in summer.
Again, I agree with Brandy that this is like one of those Australian takes on the Charlie Chaplin. It's really, really, really great. It is well balanced as well. I love the Australian influence. The fingerline caviar on top of the garnish is fantastic. All of it, for me, absolutely balances fantastically. It's one of those, if you're in for a big night, a good night, or whatever night you're in for, this is the cocktail for you. So, yeah. This cocktail, fantastic. Thank you so much for creating this, and with Australian natives. Thank you.
Okay. I gotta come back and be close to Brandy because I feel like we're falling out. Let's be friends again. All right. On to the next one. We're going to Declan Coffee in Northern Territory for this next drink. This drink is a... we're going a bit overseas with this one. So Ho Chi Minh Sling is the name of this drink. So we got blood orange and kaffir lime leaf oleo using Wolf Lane gin. Woo. There's Lizzie at the back. With lemon juice, 3 dashes of a chili tincture. I'm liking the flavors in this drink already. 4 drops, Lizzie, I'm talking. 4 drops of 20% saline solution, topped with soda. So built in a highball, this drink. Nice, sounds really nice, refreshing. I'm loving the flavors. Sounds like it's going to go well together already. So Declan has developed this drink to celebrate the flavor influences in his hometown after getting back from Europe. The drink is based with Wolf Lane Tropical from Cairns, up in Queensland, blending lemongrass. You don't have to do it every time, Lizzie. Blending lemongrass, kaffir lime leaf, and tamarind from the Southeast Asian influence, and utilizing local Australian botanicals such as local limes, lemon myrtle, and native peppers. So that gin's the perfect base for the tribute of bringing the Southeast Asian culture to Australia and the Thai food has to offer. So named after the hometown of the head chef Sonny at Chow. He wanted the drink to be enjoyable alone, but also the perfect accompaniment to the food at Chow. Refreshing and bold, it stands up to the spicy and rich dishes of Southeast Asian cuisine. So let's go over to a video for Declan to talk a little bit more about his drink himself.
Hey guys, I'm Declan. I'm based up in Darwin at a venue called Chow. It's a Southeast Asian restaurant. And sorry, I'm filming this in my car because there's work being done on my flat, and it's my day off. So anyway, propless, but here we go. So my drink's called the Ho Chi Minh Sling. It's named after the hometown of the head chef Sonny in at Chow. It's from Vietnam. And it's loosely inspired by Southeast Asian food and cuisine. It's meant to pair with a lot of those foods as well. The gin I used, the Australian spirit I used, is Wolf Lane Distillery's Tropical Gin. Got a little card for it there. It's a really, really tasty gin based up in Cairns, but made by a bloke called Sam. I had a chance to meet him the other day at a tasting up here in Darwin. I recently had spent 4 years over in Europe, really becoming a bartender more or less, and trying all sorts of gins over there, and the European market's completely different. When I returned here in Australia, I was like, wow, there's some great things going on. I was really, really pleased to see how good a gin, a small distillery based in Cairns, can really be. It's a delicious gin and a really, really interesting, unique sort of flavour to it. The botanicals that are important to my drink especially, it uses a bunch of native botanicals and some classic botanicals as well. But the macadamia gives it some interesting body, some mouthfeel even, and some great flavour. Some finger limes in there also pair quite well with a lot of the sweet and tropical flavours in my drink. Some grapefruit he uses in there as well. The Tasmanian pepperberry, another great botanical for it. Those are the sort of the botanicals that cause it, and make this gin the gin I choose for my drink. Otherwise, in the Ho Chi Minh Sling, we've got 45 mils of blood orange oleo. So we use a navel orange as the oleo base. Sugar extracts all the juices from that, and then we dilute that down with some blood orange, and then later infuse that with some kaffir lime leaves. It comes out a great pink color, really delicious, unctuous sort of oleo with some great oils to it as well. Balance that out with 20 mils of fresh lemon juice. Only need 20 mils because the orange oleo comes out quite acidic as well. Balance those two out with a little bit of saline as well, just 3 drops of 10% saline. Really brings out some of the lighter flavors in both of those, and also in the gin. Pairs well with the macadamia, actually, of all things, in the gin. And then to spice it up a little bit, 3 dashes of chili tincture. That's just chilies chopped up, soaked in vodka for at least a week. Those 3 dashes are all you need for the full glass of spritz. Really, really great way of spicing up a drink. Yes. Top that with soda, fill the glass with ice, garnish with a dehydrated orange wheel and a kaffir lime leaf. Express those oils, give it a little bit of a slap before you slide it in there, because it's a real delicious smell to have on top of your drink. Yeah, that's the Ho Chi Minh Sling, that one. Really designed the drink to pair quite well with Southeast Asian food. It's quite common in my venue, Chow, Southeast Asian restaurant. But it really goes well with an oily sort of stir-fried pad thai, for example, or a laksa that cuts through that coconut, that fattiness with a citrus, but keeps your tongue alive with all the spice and the salt in there. It's very, very easy to smash 3 or 4 of these in a day, as I did developing the drink. And it's great to support a great local distillery like Wolf Lane. Yeah, based up in Far North Queensland, very close relationship we have with them at the top end. We share the monsoon, as we do with Southeast Asia. As you might be able to hear on my car at the moment, it's raining quite heavily. Yeah, that's the Ho Chi Minh Sling. Hope you guys enjoy it.
It's a great looking and great tasting drink. Thank you, Declan. Yeah, look, I think for me, just tasting drink, and I love the marrying of 2 cultures there in such a multicultural country that we live in, and I love the bringing together of 2 flavors. But over to you, Ali.
Does this mic? Okay, no, it does work. Okay, so first over to me. So I love, like, my preferred cooking style is Thai, and also my cooking, like my cocktail style is Thai. So I love the fact that Kefir lime leaf was used there. I adore this, and it is really perfectly balanced. It's so delicious, and it's dangerously potent. So I also love the fact that the video was done in your car. Well, frickin' done. So yeah, thank you for that. That was delicious. The presentation was fantastic. Love it. Thank you.
Declan Coffee, as I like to pronounce your name. This is actually a pretty fucking easy sell. To have this drink and to have it on our summer menu would be pretty special. Not only does it tick the box of being a really good highball, it's a beautiful color, it's simplistic in its kind of machination of what it is. Points to using Wolf Lane and getting a response from Lizzie every time you mentioned it. because it seems like Wolf Lane's going to make a dent in Sydney after this. I really like the idea that the chili tincture. Chili's often used in cocktails and it dominates and destroys every flavor that it touches. Using it as a tincture kind of really changes it and adds a level that you really need in a drink without overpowering it. So good work there. That's really, really hard to do. This is a really good summer drink, I wrote down, but, you know, good times. I give you points for the car thing. That was a vibe. But having a really good food drink, especially in this area where we often get post-dinner crowds, this will definitely be a good post-dinner drink at Dulcie. So good work there, dude.
Yeah, I think my career previously before I was in spirits was in wine, and I spent a lot of time talking about wine. Of like, this is a good wine for food, and this matches perfectly with this dessert and this main meal and this type of cuisine. And I feel like we don't do that enough in spirits. And we talk about cocktails as a separate thing. It's like you have a cocktail as a pre-prandial or a post-prandial, and it's you drink before, you drink after, and heaven forbid you ever drink a cocktail when you're drinking a meal. Christ. Oh, Jesus. It describes a perfect British, like, but I think it is actually that wonderful, amazing thing when you actually get a cocktail that sits really well with food. And, I think we make cocktails designed to drinking on their own and not drinking with food. And it's amazing to actually have a drink where it's like, oh yeah, I can drink this with this, and it is the equivalent of that glass of wine that, for years somebody's have told us that's what you should be doing with this.
Okay, my 2 cents on that is flawlessly, this would go so well with the Penang curry. So, yeah. Plate us up.
Hey, thank you, judges. We are now going to cut to a 10-minute break, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. I guess. I mean, one next.
So while we settle down, Josh, can you put the camera on me? Just so I can address the camera. All right. So while everyone settles down and we get back into place and go into the last final 5 cocktails, I just would like to give a shout out to all the participants who have contributed, all the participants that registered and submitted cocktails. Thank you so much for doing so. What you have done is started a bit of a tradition, so good work. So thank you. Everyone else, sit down. We're done. We're
Guys, we're ready to go.
Round.
Come on, come.
You're what's keeping you here.
And to the bartenders that signed up and then forgot and didn't turn up, Gordon, because you didn't know, because you, oh, he's...
Gordon left like he showed up to the heats. It doesn't reflect badly on Brick's Distillery in Surrey Hills. However, if they brought Mitch back shirtless, we would forgive them.
But fuck him.
Calm down, Brandy.
Ali, would you like to say something negative about Brick's?
You have been warned, and I love you.
All right, Daniel.
Okay, let's get back to it, guys. All right, we got some more shots coming round for everyone from Bricks. Oh, awkward. Sorry. Never Never Triple Juniper. Amaro. Juniper Amaro. Beautiful. All right, guys. Let's crack back into it. Cheers to Never Never for these Black Juniper Amaro shots. Hey, Brandy. Brandy, you work here, right? Can I get a beer, please? Thank you.
Actually, surprisingly, I don't work here that much. When you run a successful bar, you can actually do the ability of not actually working here that much. You would know that if you worked at the Gidley. Oh, you do? Wait, the Gidley is actually quite successful.
It's a very successful restaurant. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you for the plug on my behalf. All right, let's move on. Brandy and I are just having a tiff. Oscar Whiteart from Victoria. This drink is called No Hat, No Play. All right. Shh, Lizzie. We have got Okar Tropic. Gospel Straight Rye is coming back. Calm down, Brandy. Keep your shorts on. We've got a bit of My Brother, Honey Liqueur. And then a dash of Batch Aromatic Bitters. Another stirred down chilled coupette drink. Garnish with a lemon coin. Take your hat off. Enjoy. So a sipping good time that's made for summertime drinks under a tree while your mates all run amok. I constantly forgot to bring a hat while school was on, so rather than using one from the lost property bin and getting nits, I chose to sit in the shade and cool off. The drink is a lovely little reverse Manhattan designed to cool you off but not cook you too much so you can get back to it after a few at lunch. Let's see what Oscar's got to say.
Guys, I'm Oscar from Bad Frankie. I'm going to make you a beautiful little drink. It's great to have you virtually in the bar, all you wonderful people of Facebook and Instagram land. G'day to the team at Dolce's and everyone else around Australia. So we're going to make a beautiful little twist on a reverse Manhattan for you today. It takes inspiration from having to actually sit out at lunch. If you don't have your hat, you're not allowed to go play. So it's called a no hat, no play. Just a little nod to some lunchtime shenanigans. And this drink definitely allows you to have a couple before having to go back to work after lunch. So we're starting with a little splash of some batch aromatic bitters, just one dash of that. It's kind of Australia's answer to Angostura bitters, so lots of cinnamon and cloves going on in there. It's just got to really bind the drink all together. We're then having a fair whack of Okar Orange Tropic, so good little 45 mils of that from the guys out in South Australia. So this is a fairly new product from them, just made in kind of a similar style to a Mistell or to a Pinot. So very aromatic, very fruity, a little bit of bitterness coming through as well, but gorgeous summertime drinking grape-based product from from a little bit of Gewürztraminer grapes. After that, we're cracking in some My Brother's honey liqueur. So this one's a beautiful little Tasmanian leatherwood honey liqueur from some local legends here in Melbourne. It just launched just about a month ago. Get behind them. It's delicious juice. They're featuring some great native botanicals as well as that Tasmanian leatherwood honey. You've got a good hit of some Tasmanian pepperberry, lemon myrtle, finger limes, a little bit of kakadu plum as well in there. So super tasty little one from them. And then we're using some gospel straight briar whiskey. So a little bit spicy, another at 45% ABV. Has a good little hit of spice in there from the rye as well. So really going to bring out some of those beautiful spice notes going throughout the drink, and just give it a nice malty backbone as well. So chuck all that in the tin, guys, and then we're going to go into your ice as well. And just give it a wee stir. Now usually this is the part where, at a cocktail competition everyone's clapping away. So it's a little bit silent here today, but I'll pretend that you're here with me and say g'day. Just stir that down until it's nice and frosty cold. Really getting them upset. Always tasty drink stirs. It's great to not have to wear a mask at work anymore. No drinks running down your chins today. Frosty cold glass from the fridge, it's all about getting it chilly, Summertime, it's getting a bit hot, so you want a nice cold drink to chill you down. Straining that off. And then away with pop your little hat on top so you can go out to play after that as well. Guys, that's the no hat, no play. Little reverse Manhattan for you to be able to get stuck into a couple before you have to go back to lunch and get stuck back into your studies or your work. So enjoy. Hopefully see you soon in Sydney or down here in Melbourne. Lots of love from us all about Frankies. Cheers.
All right. Thank you for that, Oscar. Great to see you on the screen, and hope to see you soon in Sydney when we can all get back together. Let's move straight on to Andy. See what you got to say for the drink, my friend.
I love the name. My mother will be proud. My mum's a nurse and works in melanoma trials, so she'll be very happy that there's a man that without a hat is sitting in the shade. So kudos for the healthcare of this system of the world. But no, I love it. Great colour. It's super vibrant. I think the idea of that reverse style, it works really well. It's nice. It's fresh. It's light. One of my favourite cocktails is a bamboo. That's that kind of vermouth and sherry kind of style. It's light and it's very much kind of plays on the additions rather than the spirit, and I think it balances really nicely.
I get wet for a Manhattan, if that's possible. What I really like about this is it's so intrinsically, yo everyone, we're in a bar. Just have some respect. Basically, this is I really like the smoothness of this. About a year ago, before we thought a pandemic was going to grip the world, one of the things I spoke to Corinne from Cocktails and Bars was that low AVB cocktails were going to be the 2020 trend. This is a really good example of that, and I think that this is the kind of the most on trend that we've had so far, in the sense of something that's tasty, something that has flavour and body, but also has a lower AVB. That Oco Tropical definitely kind of zings in that thing. So good work, Oscar. I really like this.
Okay, I'm like a huge fan of like everything that like the Ocar brand does. So I'm a very big advocate for like the Ocar Amaro in everything that I do. So when it comes to this version, I really love the simplicity, and I love how it works with the citrus, and yes, I really love how this cocktail works out as something that is as full-bodied as it kind of looks, and yeah, it's one of those like things. The low kind of percentage of alcohol cocktails that come across, and kind of working that into being something that is something that you want at a bar. I really love this. It's fantastic. It all works in contribution with one another, so thank you.
All right, thanks for that, guys, very much. Let's move on to the next one. So we've got Shade O'Casey from New South Wales. Now Shade is in the venue with us. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you, Shady. Thank you, Shade. Thank you, Shade, for making the effort to come here tonight. I'm kidding. I'm joking. We were hindered. Shade, I did offer to see if Shade wanted to do her own words herself, but she's a little shy, so I'm going to do it for her. So Shade's gone for 4 Pillars Rare Dry Gin. She's chosen Distillery Botanica Lemon Myrtle Liqueur. I love Distillery Botanica. It's just up in Erina. They're fantastic. The guy that owns it, he's a famed horticulturalist, so they've got their own herb garden where they grow their own lemon myrtle. If you've never been before, it's an hour, maybe an hour and 20-minute drive up from Sydney. Get yourselves up there. It's a really great experience to see the gardens, see everything they grow up there, see their gins. They also make Mr. Black Coffee Liqueur up there where they roast all their beans on site. It's a really fantastic experience to get up there. But enough about that. Talk about this drink that Shade made. Couple of dashes of Australian bitters, company grapefruit bitters, and a little bit of calendula syrup. So I'm going to say your words that you've written down for me, and I'm sorry if I fuck them up. As a child, I spent a few years of my growth in the area of Wagga Wagga. Being so young, my favorite things were playing outside in the dirt and putting everything I found in my mouth. Something Brandy still does to this day. I have cherished memories of eating lemons straight from the tree with my brothers and running around the garden with the flora and fauna growing wild in our yard. Sounds fucking awesome. That sounds great. I envy you so much. This cocktail uses the calendula from my auntie's farm, still located in Wagga, and the lemon leaf from my mum's home, symbolizing for me 2 of the best things in life, family and food. To talk about name and inspiration, that's incredible. We've got a video here from Shade, so let's move on to that, guys.
Okay. Good afternoon, my name is Shade O'Casey and today I'm presenting for you Australia Street. We're going to start by smoking the lemon leaf for the glass. Grab your stirring glass. We're going to start off with 60 mils of 4 Pillars Rare Dry Gin. Of Distillery Botanica lemon myrtle liqueur. $20 mils of homemade calendula syrup. And 2 dashes of the Australian Bitters Company grapefruit bitters. And add a few squeezes of edible golden glitter. going to put this on the inside and the rim of the glass. And we're going to fill the glass with the drink. And there you have Australia Street. Thank you.
Looks great. Let's straight over to the judges and see what they have to say.
Look, as an Australian bar owner, lemon myrtle instantly makes me recoil, and this drink was a celebration of lemon myrtle that no one can ever nail. So good work here, Shade, for actually taking lemon myrtle and making it something that I want to enjoy. I said this in the heats, glitter fucking gets my goat, and you've nailed it here. It's not because I'm gay, it's because it's beautiful. I really like the idea of like managing different kind of viscosities in a drink as well. So that rim with the honey, I know in the photo it's on the outside and you change it to the inside. Really good work. It adds a different level there. You've got a good balance of different elements in this drink, so good work.
Okay, so I work with lemon myrtle every day of my life. And there are a lot of people who do it injustice, and there are a lot of people who do it justice. And you are one of the people who do it justice. So, well done. From a lot of like very experienced people in the industry, they always say that lemon myrtle is the hardest thing to balance, and it is, being from one of those people who are in the industry and use it every day. It is one of the hardest things to balance, and you did it flawlessly. Thank you. This is fantastic. I'm also a very big advocate of edible glitter, so yeah, I love it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd echo the comment on lemon myrtle. It's one of those ingredients that is often used and poorly abused, and this sings like it's balanced. It's not sickly. It's not sweet. It's not cloying, which lemon myrtle so often is. And so yeah, you've used this ingredient perfectly, and it's one of those classic Australian ingredients that is flawlessly delicious, but at the same time continuously abused as an Australian ingredient, and through that be a single spirit or through a cocktail, and to use it, and it's so hard to get it right, through every cocktail and various gins that I've tried. Various people have tried to make success with lemon myrtle, and many have failed, and so to get it right and to get that balance on point is kudos. It's really well done.
All right, thank you guys. Okay, well, next up we've got Cameron Abercrombie from ACT. So Cameron's drink is called the Sesh. This is what we're all doing tonight. Going for Four Pillars Olive Leaf Gin. So new product on the market. It's pretty tasty. Penny weight Fino Sherry. Got a little bit of clarified mango juice in there. 1-to-1 sugar syrup. Some filtered water. And Geraldine wax tincture. And 2 drops of a 20% saline solution as well. So getting pretty technical on this one. Let's get some words from Cameron. I've got here. The sesh is a tribute to the development of culture in Australia, utilising innovative homegrown. The sesh culture, we might say, the sesh culture of Australia, utilising innovative homegrown spirits and wines enhanced by native botanicals, and of course a healthy respect for the need to quench a thirst on a scorching hot day. Savoury, textural, and refreshing for the ultimate sesh. Let's go over to Cameron and see what he's got to say.
Hi guys, my name is Cameron. I'm just coming from Canberra. I work at a restaurant called Zarb in Brennan. So we are a Southeast Asian venue, but we also do like to champion Australian ingredients because obviously we want to get the best produce and best ingredients possible for our customers. The drink that I've created for the Australian Coupe is called the Sesh. So this was on our daily menu that we eventually sold out of in a couple of hours. The basis for this drink is the Four Pillars Olive Leaf Gin, their newest savoury expression, which is probably one of my favourite products to come out recently. We've also got some clarified mango that we use using fresh mangoes to break down with pectinase. I've also got a gelatin wax tincture using fresh flowers, and we also garnish the drink with the flakes that are left over, so the dried stalks. Then we've got the Pennyweight Fino sherry as well coming out of Victoria. 3 years Solera aged, and it's just absolutely fantastic. Really clean palate, malic acid, fantastic. So the combination of all these ingredients creates a savoury-ish, mango-forward highball-style drink. So we serve this on a Collins block that's going to be force carbonated as well. But it is possible to make it without the forced carbonation. It just means that it's going to be less fluttery on the palate. A lot of the basis for this was around the fact that I wanted to have a drink that you can have more than one of without feeling too, like your palate being too intensified. A lot of the components are to be consumed like this. So there's not much else to really talk about. I'm really pleased with being a part of this competition as well. And thanks to the guys at Dulce's for making this happen.
There we go. Okay, great video there from Cameron. Let's go straight over to Brandy and see what he's got to say.
We actually don't have the drink yet, so I'm going to take this time to publicly thank my staff. This competition... Thanks, Tom. This competition couldn't exist... Wait, Tom, stay here. This competition couldn't exist without this man here. Tom, I basically said, shut up, everyone, I'm giving Tom praise. It rarely happens. Well, they just took up your praise time, Tom. Liz, shut up. This competition couldn't exist without Tom. I basically said, hey, let's have an Australian competition with Australian spirits and cocktails. Tom was like, that's a good idea. And I was like, ha ha ha, good luck. And then he did everything else. So essentially the only reason that any of us are here today is because of Tom. He deserves a round of applause. This man's worked tirelessly for the last however long this competition's been going for. I don't know. But secondly, the other staff of Dulce's who have able to indulge us in this little competition and who have filled places where we otherwise haven't. So Rhiannon and Renee, who are working tonight. Mads for humouring us when we're like, hey, pick up another shift because we all can't do anything because we're focusing on drinks. And then to Ben, Potato, and Josh, who are all basically doing everything that we need to do when we're doing this stuff. So thank you to those guys. We're going to drink a drink now.
That is a drink that you can sesh.
Can I talk now?
Dan, shut up. It's my turn.
I'm going to sit down here with people that respect me. Fuck you.
Then be quiet.
All right. What are we up to now? We're introducing...
Now is not your time. We're still talking about this drink.
Oh, is it still your time? Okay.
Yeah. Shush. I have one criticism, and that is in the video, as a super wine geek, my career started working in wine. There was a bit of chat about a Solera with Fino Sherry, which doesn't exist. And I'd love to be proven wrong. And please get in touch with me and tell me I'm wrong. But I do believe that Fino Sherry isn't matured.
Damaging lie!
But we don't have to score on that, so it's fine. But this is such a smashable drink. I love this. Like it's refreshing. It's light. It's delicate. It speaks of everything. Like, you know, I had the great pleasure of tasting Four Pillars olive oil gin just very recently, and it's such a good gin. My God, you know, well done, Four Pillars. You've done an amazing job. But everything else in this drink, it kind of just sings through and sits so well. And it's, you know, I'm going to chat while the rest of you score your drinks and do your work. But it works. It's a smashable drink. It's something that I could sit there. It's the perfect highball that you drink and you enjoy many of. And that's the sign of a good drink, when you can drink many of them responsibly. Who cares? It's delicious. Thank you.
Okay, there is a famous song called "This Is the Rhythm of the Night." Yeah. Okay, this is a drink that pairs with that song. So this song has like really good kind of like a tropical, a kind of like a tropical feel, but also a smashable appeal of carbonation. So it goes really well together. And I'll hand this over to Brandy.
I really love the Four Pillars olive. I think it's one of the best releases they've ever done. Look, come up to my face, Jimmy Irvine, and say something different. But these guys have worked at that. Often when you do an expression of gin and you add a flavour to something with juniper, it loses any flavour. This drink celebrates that flavour, and you do get the taste of the Four Pillars olive leaf in there, which is magic for any drink that ever does it. The mango juice definitely brings something into it, and I came from Canberra, so you're my boy. My boyfriend just said, "Oh my God." Cut to Dan.
Finally, about time. Jesus. All right, moving on. We've got Hayley Jones from South Australia with Purple Rain. Okay, so Hayley's drink, Purple Rain, is using ink gin, lemon juice. She's also made her own house-made cardamom and pink peppercorns oleo. Trying to read this. Lamb. I think that's a misspelling. Okay, lamb took sparkling Pinot Noir from Adelaide Hills, and then 3 drops of orange blossom water. Okay, let's go to some words from Hayley. So when creating my cocktail Purple Rain, I was inspired by one of my favorite classics of all time, the French 75. Great drink. I drew inspiration for Purple Rain from my love of music and also my passion for using native ingredients to this beautiful country. Since moving to Australia, I've been blown away by the amount of fresh produce and interesting herbs, spices, fruits, all of which I had never experienced before. How lucky we are to have such amazing and accessible things at our doorstep. I couldn't fucking agree with you more, Hayley. It's amazing. While thinking of Australian spirits and what I would like to champion, I went no further than one of my favourite gins, Ink Gin, which she infused with butterfly pea flower, which brings a spectacular vibrancy and lifts this classic cocktail to new heights. Let's go to the video of Hayley.
Hi, so my name is Hayley. I work at Haynes & Co. in Adelaide, South Australia. And the cocktail that I entered into the competition was Purple Rain. So it is a twist on a French 75, which is one of my favorite cocktails, especially for summer on a patio on a hot day, because it's just so refreshing. I used Ink Gin from Husk Distilleries as my base. So I took inspiration from the botanicals that they used in it, from cardamom, pink peppercorn, lemon myrtle, and elderflower, which are all some of my favorites. I thought the gin complemented the drink very well. It was clean. It just worked beautifully. I ended up making an oleo with a couple of botanicals, the pink peppercorns and the cardamom, and used spent citrus from the bar to reduce waste. It just turned out great. I loved it. I ended up using the Lambrook Sparkling Pinot Noir as my base from Adelaide Hills, and lemon juice, and then orange blossom water to kind of elevate it just a little bit. I love the ink gin. Obviously, it's very visually appealing. You taste with your eyes first, so I think it just really made the drink a little bit more special. Yeah, so that's what I got going on.
Go over to the judges straight away and see what they got to say about that one.
Oh, we just got
Cue
the
Tom with the
drinks. Cue Tom. This is a fresh approach. Look at me. First taste. Look at that reaction. On first taste, it's very, like, a French 75 is a very hard drink to suggest and then replicate and do something interesting with it. This definitely takes a French 75 and does whatever the fuck it wants to do with it, but still remaining true to the original idea of the cocktail. It definitely has that really nice dryness. It definitely has that crisp bubble to it. It definitely has that flavor profile. I think this is a very, very easy, fresh, a slightly more mature version of a French 75. So good work.
Okay, I love the Prince reference. So, yeah, I adore the smell of it first up. So the very bold citrus of this is fantastic. It's very crisp and... Sorry, I'm trying this as a first sip. It is very well balanced. And it is something that is like, if you are sitting down and it's a hot weather like it is now, fantastic summer style cocktail, very smashable.
That's a 10. Sorry, we're just discussing how easy it is to make this drink. My God, that is delicious. It's fresh, it's vibrant, it's like, I remember having various cocktails in my life quite similar to this, where I didn't know what I was ordering, and I ordered this cocktail, and it's weird the amount of cocktails that I've ordered where I thought that looks good on the menu, and I've ordered them, and then I was like, that's totally not what I expected the drink to be. And this is one, like, French 75 is definitely one of those drinks that I ordered when I was a 19-year-old boy, thinking I was fancy and ordering a proper cocktail. And got this, and I was just like, oh, this is totally not what I thought I was ordering. But it, at the same time, it was delicious. And you suddenly change your mind of like, oh, what's a cocktail that you think is a cocktail versus what is actually a deliciously well-balanced made drink. And this nails it. Like, just it has that sort of beautiful texture, beautiful balance. It sings of the ingredients. Yeah, I can't fault this. It's beautiful.
Lovely, thanks guys. All right. So, okay. Last one of the evening, we have Lucas Accino from the Northern Territory. This cocktail is called Very Best in a Red Can. All right, so with this one, Lucas has gone for Wolf Lane Laboratory Series, which is a Cheryl... Sorry, Lizzie, would you like the mic? No, you fucking can't have it. Sherry, I know you're louder than all of us. Sherry barrel-aged gin. She's gone for Midnight Classic. Sorry, Lucas has gone for Midnight Classic. Lemon juice infused with finger lime. Melbourne Bitter and Vegemite reduction, which I've been recently introduced to Vegemite. I fucking love it. Aquafaba and a pinch of salt. So shaking all ingredients and double straining into glass, where Nick and Nora glass is the option here with a maraschino cherry. Some words here from Lucas. Okay, so very best was the first experience of a 23-year-old Brazilian guy in Australia. Dropping his 32-kilogram bag in the hostel after a 44-hour trip, he was thirsty to try his first beer in Aussie land. He went to a local pub located in Northbridge, Perth, and asked the bartender for his best beer. Is that where you're from? Yeah. Let's all hear it for Northbridge. Northbridge, Perth. The old bush joke. Good on you, mate. Good on you. All right. So landing in Northbridge, Perth, asked the bartender for his best beer. He ended up with a schooner of Melbourne Bitter. Pretty good. He'd like to say that this young Brazilian fella had his very best first experience, and until today, he enjoyed his first Melbourne Bitter Scooey. Okay, so let's go over to the video from Lucas.
Hello guys, my name is Lucas, I'm from Brazil. I'm the bar manager and the head bartender of Charles of Darwin, the first gin distillery in NT. And today I will present to you my cocktail. The inspiration behind my drink was from my experience in pubs and cocktail bars across Australia. To make this drink, I used two of my favorite drinks, draft beers and aged gins. Now, I will be telling you about the ingredients that I've used, which is Melbourne Bitter, 4 pillars sherry cask, and Vegemite. I hope you guys enjoy it, and I see you in tea.
Thanks so much, Lucas, for that video. Have you guys got the drinks yet? Over there? Yep, great. Okay, so let's go over to the judges now for the judging. No.
The aroma on that is hectic beyond all belief in a great way, but like I've just had like a tinier sip and a small smell, but it's like we talk about umami in terms of flavor and depth, and it's always we talk about Asian cuisine that provides the umami in drinks, and straight away from the nose of that cocktail, umami is the aroma that I get straight away. It's something that it's earthy, it's viscous, it's kind of, I can't even tell you what, like there's almost like a seaweed, like there's aroma of like saline, salty, biscuity. This is the weirdest cocktail I've had all night, and I don't mean that as a criticism. It just it's the most mind-bending cocktail that we've had of this entire session. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. I've only had a tiny sip of it, so I'm very early in my opinion, but no. It's biscuity, it's earthy, it's rye, it's it's bonkers.
I'm really lost for words with this one. I'm Yeah, but I'm going to tell you, give me 5 minutes. This would be a very hard sell on a menu, but a very easy sell for staff that's tasted it. On the nose, you get those really good hopsy, bitter kind of that beer smell, which is what you kind of are aiming for, I hope. And then the mouthfeel is completely different. You get a very good cocktail focus, full mouthfeel, front, middle, and back palate. It has a really silky, sleek texture to it. It's honestly not what you expect. I looked at this originally and I was like, fuck that. Like, I'm not doing a beer cocktail. But this kind of really changed my mind with it, and I'm really interested in the way that it was created. I think this is probably the most out-of-the-box cocktail that we've had so far. It really celebrates those true Aussie notes. I remember when Tom was doing the reduction and I came in, I was like, that fucking smells shit. And this completely goes against anything to do with that. And I think from a consumer point of view, this is a very interesting Australian drink that you would enjoy. So this sounds very, that whole comments was very weird, but this is a very, very intelligent drink that deserves a lot of thought, and I didn't have enough thought time to deliver it. Ali has 2 people, so...
Okay, as someone who loves Vegemite and someone who loves cocktails, so... All right. So it tastes like a Vegemite kind of Australian cocktail, but it also caters to that really traditional, like, open cocktail of maraschino cherries, which a lot of people may not be a fan of, but when you mix those two together, it creates this balance of harmony that is absolutely purely created for each other. And for me, this is the perfect balance of the two. I really love it. I love the Vegemite. I love the maraschino cherries. I love the saltiness. I love the sweetness. And I also love the spiritedness. So for me, this is something that is really outstanding, as something that is really catered to people who love that kind of stuff. Is fantastic, and I'll recommend that to anyone. So thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, okay.
Just finally add. I'm just looking through the ingredients again.
This is my time.
I know, but I'm taking your time. So fuck off. It's my time. I'm the judge. You're just the host.
Hand it to them next time.
Mute his mic.
I'm just going to go straight to brandy next time. No, actually, Ali, you're my favourite.
Shh, shh, shh. No, I was just going to add that when you look at the ingredient list, you see aquafaba in there, and so you see what appears to be a sour and very much like a lot of foam and a lot of sort of that sour character. And this doesn't come across as a sour. On spec, it looks like a very different drink than it is by taste. An aquafaba or egg white, regardless of your choice, it's actually a really interesting and delicious drink that you would look at it on spec and go, oh, okay, you got your aquafaba, you got your citrus, so it's a bit of a sour job, and that's how it is. And it really isn't. And I'm loving this more and more that I drink it.
I don't think anyone realised Melbourne Bitter and Vegemite sounds like a fucking vomit to me. But when you reduce it and when you add that to a cocktail and you add the salt and the aquafaba, you kind of take everything that is awful about those two ingredients out of it, and you reduce it down to the best ingredients of that, which is yeast and hops. and you get a really good balance between the two, but also the sugars and the caramels from that reduction added to the salt and the aquafaba. And I like this to a customer may seem like sludge, but it's actually really fucking beautiful to drink and a really, really interesting drink. So this is probably the one for me that I've had to think the most about and really engage with the most. So good work, Lucas.
Hey, well done, Lucas. Well done, Lucas. Okay, having spent the last 3 hours trying to get us back on time, I'd just like to thank Andy and Brandy for taking us over time again, but with valuable words. I think now, guys, is the time that we've been through everyone. Sorry, guys, we'll keep your attention just for a few more moments. We're going to take you into a short break for final deliberations from the judges. We'll come back in about 10 minutes, and Brandy will announce the winners. All right, thank you.
everyone else. The winner is Wolf Lane. We're not. No, that's not it. Yeah, you do. You gave it to me, and then you told me that it was for free because I don't get invoices. Do you want me to do it here, or do you want me to do it somewhere else? Can I also get the list of what we gave winners to? All right. Are we live streaming? Are we on the internet? We're on the World Wide Web. Shut up. When I want a shot, I'll come to you. Are we actually? Okay. I didn't think we'd jump straight into it. Essentially, Dan was going to give a big wrap up. Can we give it to Dan? Actually, Dan, come in. Come in. Is this your show, Liz?
Okay. Thank you, Brandy.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks to everyone involved tonight. I'm just going to hand over to Brandy. I've got 2 takeaways from tonight. Apparently, I'm just a host, and the next time Brandy asks a favour, I'll probably say no. Over to you, mate.
All right, 2021 will be hosted by Liz. Actually, one of the really difficult things about the Australia Coupe is not only is it a competition for cocktails, it's actually vying for a place on a cocktail menu that exists in real life and trades throughout a season of 6 to 8 weeks, which is actually really difficult because not only do you have to make a drink that is appealing to customers, it has to be easy to make in a speed bar situation, and it also has to translate to something that exists within the Dulce spectrum. This was really, really difficult. One of the things that you don't really anticipate when you judge things is how good everything is going to be. You bank on the majority of them being real shit, and they're not. So, rather than drawing this out, does anyone have a list of the prizes? I think I threw them somewhere else. Someone somewhere wins a bottle of Wolf Lane Tropical. But I'm going to find the prizes because when I read it out, I'm going to do that. While I kill time, every drink that came through to us was pretty amazing. One of the interesting parts about it is the adaptability and versatility in being made by someone other than the creator. That's really difficult. In a lot of competitions and a lot of submissions, you often find that the drink that is envisioned by the creator falls flat. Go through, darling, it's fine. You often find that it falls flat, and that's essentially because it doesn't have the same kind of commitment and engagement as what the creator intends. That's part of the competition with the Australia Coupe, is that it needs to translate to another bartender in order for them to make. And a lot of the time, really, really amazing drinks, and this happens in the heat, fall flat because essentially there's a 1 to 2 week lead time in a ferment, or there's a syrup that takes 8 days, or there's things like that. So in this situation, you have to rely solely on what is given to us. Now, first prize, and I'm going to read out, remind everyone what first prize is. Dulce's King's Cross has thrown $500 in cash, which is $500 in cash dumped into your bank account that you can spend on cocaine on hookers or just your rent. Wolf Lane rhymes with cocaine. And Never Never Gin Discovery. Aisha and Sean Baxter threw this at us from 100 Proof. Hardstone Distillery, both Hardstone Distillery and Manu threw this at us. Bricks Urban Cane Distillery 2020 Harvest. That was thrown to us by Mitch, who's yet to take his shirt off, and James. For those playing at home, we'll take that photo later. Shut up, Liz. This is not your show. Taylor and Smith Gin from Tasmania. Four Pillars Roku Gin, which is one of their boutique releases. Starward Fortis, which is a very hard to come by Starward release. Starward Ginger Beer Cask. This is not only just their ginger beer cask, which is a limited release, it's number 4 out of their release. So Andy Milne has specifically donated from his collection the number 4 release. Kisses. And also, you get a Dulce's tea. Now the winner, who gets number 1 place on the Dulce's 2021 cocktail list is, drum roll please everyone in the audience, The Sesh, Cameron Abercrombie from ACT. You win the Dulce's Coupe. Oh, what day? Bobby Brown made me do it. All right, second prize, which is a 6-month subscription to Down Gin Lane, which is valued at $500. Very, very generously donated by Lindsay. Mate and I Magnum for those vermouth Magnum parties that Manu seems to think everyone has. A Prohibition Gin 100-year celebration release, plus a Prohibition Gin tea, which is more than I've ever received from them. An MGC single shot. Well, they came here after a night at a strip club. I love them still. Shut up, Liz. Fuck. MGC single shot, which from Hugh Leach is one of the most beautiful gins in the country at the moment. Backwards Rye Whiskey, which is a pretty fucking good rye whiskey. Mr. Black Single Origin, which apparently, if you ask one of our judges, comes from Venezuela. Adelaide Hills Better Gin, which if you ask Sasha, is one of the most beautifully distilled, socially aware gins that comes out of Australia at the moment. And, best of all, Dulce's Tote. Everyone fucking wants a Dulce's Tote. Get in line because behind you is Ashen Connealy. You win for the Tortuga, number 2 on our list. Congratulations, mate, and thank you so much for dealing with Dan thinking that you're a woman. Now, third place, which is not a bad place to be in. I always came third place, which I have a special respect for. You win Tiny Bear Coffee Liqueur and a tea, MGC Classic Gin, Wolf Lane Tropic Gin, Hardshawn Vodka, which is the Sheep's Way vodka. Backwards White Rye, a Never Never hand sanitizer, because you can never have enough. Second time that's joked to use, and it's getting the same result. Twice as bad, but look, it's the best gin in the country, so fuck off, everyone. And a Dulce's tote bag to carry all your prizes in. Yeah, that's right. No Hat, No Play, Oscar Whiteart from Bad Frankies. This guy fucking knew how to use Australian spirits, and thank you so much. Now, shut up, everyone. Shut up, Liz, especially. We have one more place. Now, the Dulce's menu normally has 4 signatures that go into the list every time we launch a seasonal list. That means that there's one space free. There was one drink that captivated the judges beyond expectations. Not only the ingredients, but also the way in which it was crafted and the story behind it. This doesn't win anything other than place on the list and an absolute, oh my God, fucking give me that list, otherwise someone will find out before you do. An absolute love in the hearts of a lot of people who are watching this. Very best in a red can. From Lucas Accino from, I'm assuming WA? Northern Territory. Mate, this was fucking the weirdest cocktail that we tried tonight, and it was really, really good. So you win wildcard. All 4 of those drinks will feature on the summer menu. Congratulations. Also, thank you to everyone else who submitted entries. Please submit next year. a lot of the time what happens is that we've got to look at the way that the judges see that it will adapt to a high-paced cocktail setting. It will also adapt to being sent into a cocktail bar, and the way that it moves as a drink through those progressions. So rather than thinking that this is a standalone cocktail competition, you've got to think that it's a bar. So all of those drinks are amazing. And individually, every one of those ticked all of our fancies and tickled our taste buds. But the final four ticked all the boxes. So thank you so much for everyone who tuned in. Enjoy. And thank you so much for everyone who took part in the competition. You were fucking amazing. It was very hard to pick between the 15 cocktails that I drank tonight. So thank you. And now to Dan.
I don't really have anything to say other than let's have a fucking good night. Thanks very much. Good night.
Wait, I want to say some final things. Thank you to, actually 100% thank you to the judges that I had tonight. Ali Ayres is probably one of the best female distillers in the country. This woman has, clap away because it's eating into her time. Ali Ayres probably has the most beautiful sense of understanding of how spirits work. She makes gin that is supremely balanced. They're very new, they're very young, and they're like very open to people engaging. And they come from the Devil's Mouthpiece, which is the new notification of what the town is. They do very, very well. Andy Milne is, in my opinion, whenever I want an Australian whiskey understanding, I go to Andy Milne. This man knows about everything that happens in this country, also everything that happens internationally. And Andy Milne works at South Trade, which allows him to understand the broader gamut of whiskey. And so we're very privileged to have him as one of the judges. To Josh Raymond, who worked absolutely tirelessly to make this beautiful for you guys to watch at home. I'm addressing a camera, which is testament solely to Josh. He took the photos. He made everything work. He made everything for the people at home watching to make this beautiful. Congratulations, Josh, and thank you. Give him a fucking clap. To the real star behind this entire competition, I came up with the idea, but Thomas Joseph made it work. Tom is, where is he? Put him up there. Tom actually made this competition exist. Tom talked to all the distillers, Tom talked to all the reps, Tom talked to all the bars, and Tom made sure that every single entrant had someone from Dulce's to engage with and make them talk to. So fucking good work to Tom. There's people in bars like Tom that don't get acknowledged, and Tom is that person that has worked probably 148 hours in the last 2 weeks in order to bring this to you. So everyone give Tom a round of applause. Now to everyone else that worked to make sure that Tom could do that, Rhiannon, Ben, Josh, Medea, Renee, those guys in the Dulces made everything fucking work so that this night could run as seamlessly as possible. Thank you. To everyone that came tonight, thank you. To all the bars that participated with us, thank you. To all the distillers that gave samples and shots and every kind of like suggestion and kind of free product that they could, thank you. To all of our people that supported us, to Nigel from Distillery Britannica, to Alex from 38 Special, to the boys from Bricks. Take your full shot off, Mitch. Like, if you're not going to do it, I'm not going to include you. To all the host of the heats, you've got Seb Costello, who has been the #1 champion of Australian Spirits. To all the guys, what's his name? Actually, my mic. To Arcade Palace, to Haynes & Co., to Savile Row, to Gold Bar, to all the other bars that really took place in this. Thank you so much. Thanks to all this, the providers, to Manu, to all the guys that threw product at us. Thank you so much for making the first year work. We'll see you next year.